gameplay stream. This time it's Dauntless again. I was messing about last night, offline. Well, not offline, but off stream. And I got my fist weapons leveled up to 20. Now I'm back to the axe, the chain blades. I messed about with the colours. And here we are. Now I was going through videos. Let me see. Find a video. I'll put the link up. People, there's the odd talk about Star Wars Outlaws. I thought it was already out. But I have an interesting one because Star Wars. Let's see. Hold on, did you?
Check out Hero. One of the best ad-free games out there right now. Has a real RPG 5 and a wide variety of frozen game mode. So one has to wonder at times which of
That's the video. I know they put the title on here with the link. And there it is on the stream chat. Now, Ubisoft panics over Star Wars Outlaws, begs gamers to lie about the game as Black Myth Wukong soars. So, I haven't played Black Myth Wukong, but it doesn't take much. It doesn't take any effort to actually, like I said before, to actually play, to make a game. Like, make the game that the people want. But Bungie just done it to themselves too, where they screwed themselves over. They just point blank out refuse to actually fucking listen to their community. They just go, I'm not listening to them, don't care. We don't want to make money. We would rather listen to this conglomerate corporation Sony and make a deal with them because they've got loads of money and they have no intentions on completely destroying our company in an evil corp way. They will never do that. A corporation could never prey on another company. How stupid are they? Like, maybe, okay, not stupid. Maybe it's not stupid. Maybe they actually want to destroy their companies. Maybe they're that bored and they hate their company that much that they want it to get shut down. They just don't want to make games anymore. The owners, the CEOs of these companies want to stop working for them. They want to stop getting money. They're that far gone. You know, like when you get so bored of something, you go, I wish I didn't have to do this anymore. And I believe that's what they are doing. I genuinely think they're that bad. They're like, we don't want to keep making games. That's what your company's about, Bungie. About making games. Like Destiny, it's very popular. Who? What do you mean it's popular? And Ubisoft's the same. It's like, we're tired of making games. We don't want to make games no more. We don't want to make money. So we'll just stop listening to our community. Like, let's say they never listen to the community. Let's say that they've always made it a mess. They've always, like, we're never listening to these people. And they've always tried to, like, make a deal with other companies. And I thought Ubisoft was one of the bigger software companies or gaming companies or created companies, gaming creation. And I think that's what's happened. And you can see from the statistics, you can see from the the wording that they're using themselves, and I don't want to say that they're. See, once you start using that word lie, they're lying. Everyone starts going, no, 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 they're not lying. How could they be lying? Like Sony or Bungie never lied to each other. Sony would never pry on another company. Neither would Microsoft. Microsoft would never pry on another company. They would always tell them the truth. They're 100% gold standard, honest, upstanding community companies that have always been there for everybody, and they kiss babies and get cats out of trees. They've always done that. They're the first one on the scene and the last one to leave because they're so dedicated. And they've never lied. Never. It's not like it has to be. It's not like it's ever been recorded of them saying one thing and then saying the complete opposite tense in the next breath. Like, I've been watching a guy on YouTube recently, and he calls these companies evil corporations, like, because they're always there. They always want to get the upper hand. They're never gonna turn around and it's a power thing. It's a power play thing. It's like, don't ever. I'm not doing these. Go away. They told me to come speak there. I spoke there. Big deal. I'm not doing them plants again. Can't remember where they are. Knew it was going to be that. I'll just do these, my normal ones. And so I thought of another game. If you're looking at Star Wars Outlaws, right? Here's another game that I was going to get. Right? I was looking at the prices there of it. And it was made. How long did I check up when it was made? First, see when it was made. It was made. When was this game made? Oh, 2004. 2004 it was made. The 1st of June 2004. This game was made. Right? There was 2 games that I know of. I never got playing them. I'll play. I want to play they're for the Xbox. Right? So if you like Star Wars, this game came to my mind. And I'm not saying it's going to be everyone's liking either. Okay? This game. But it's a game that it wasn't recognized at the time, but it was a reasonable game. Again, now you're going back in graphics, but for a game as it is, for that time, for 2004, 20 years ago, it's on par, if not higher still, than Star Wars Outlaws is, right? Because Star Wars Outlaws has that woman, right? That they've picked a woman to be the main character or whatever, right? But this one is called Riddick Escape from Butcher's Bay. Or the other one is the Chronicles of Riddick. That's Escape from Butcher's Bay. And there's... What's that one? The other one's called... Assault on Dark Athena. Is for the Xbox 360. Now you got it for the PS3 as well. The Assault on Dark Athena. So it'll probably be a bit better graphically. So it would. But the other one, Escape from Butcher's Bay, is for the Xbox original. I don't know if it's for the PS2 now. Probably is. Is there somebody fighting these at the minute? I hear. I'm just running around collecting all these plants and stuff. Not really fussed about these. I do need to level these up. But I'm hearing noise somewhere. Somebody... That's right, one of them plants was over there on under the cave in a ridiculous spot. Why did I hear that? But it's... I don't know if there's anybody else over there fighting. Is it this one? It's just making noises. Oh, it's just making noises. Because I need to get up to the dark scale one. Or deep scale, sorry. Deep scale shard, which is in Thunder Deep Drask. Same as this guy here. Ah. Oh, these are so awkward compared to the... They're a bit slower than the best weapons. Oh, this is... The RB is the umbral attack. Damn it. That's why I use this jump, the umbral jump. It's supposed... I'm trying to use it as an extra dodge. Go over here and see if I can collect these. There's one of them plants. Is there nobody else about here? Yeah, Ubisoft. The Star Wars Outlaws, for that their link. Check that link out. He says it perfectly. A lot better than I do. When it comes to the... Because he's... I think it's because obviously they're making a script and then they're making the video and edit it and stuff and all. I just do it straight off the bat, live, like this. Whatever comes off the top of my head. I find it easier just to go straight in there than to start making a script to make a video up. Again, maybe it's just because I'm too fucking lazy to make the video or whatever it is. Make a video on demand. I'm playing the game, I can talk away here at the same time as playing this. Sometimes I have to concentrate. Depending on what it is. Like I'm just looking for these plants at the minute. I'll do a few behemoths. My problem is I have to have all the resources. And that's where I crack up with games then. It's like I have to have all the resources and Obviously, that's impossible. It's my aggravation of a being, if you want to say that, but at the same time, it's the purpose of what drives me, keeps me playing, like, as well as the leveling up and stuff and all. And I keep saying about Warframe, but it annoys me at the same time. Oh, Warframe. Where's this? Kiev. Ah, fuck. Lost it. I'm dead. Can I get back up? It takes so long to spawn again. Okay, we'll go from this way. No. The turn, it doesn't turn, it glides in an angle. So you have to sort of do it from over here to try and get straight. I did it last time, but the first time. So I have to go out. And then I'm fucked. There. You just have to fall off to get back out. Like, that's the stupidest fucking way of getting something I've ever fucking seen. There should be at least something to, like a gust of wind to get you back up. Yeah, I don't get why they're using these. Yes, it's okay to use fucking women for games. Like, why the fuck did you go and ruin Harley Quinn? Like, what was the fucking... What did you achieve? You achieved fucking nothing with that game. Who made it? Rocksteady, wasn't it? Rocksteady made that. What the fuck did they achieve? Like, what was... Like, did they not want to achieve fucking make money? Was that the goal? Was it always the goal to never make money? The goal was to push an ideology that was never going to work? And the sales that they did get was a fucking bonus? You know, people paying 70 quid for a game that was never gonna achieve its ideology. Like, if you want to push an ideology, fucking push the ideology with the stuff that the people like. It makes more fucking sense, you dumb fucks. You know, if you want to push an ideology, use Batman, use Superman, use Harley Quinn. Don't fucking try and go against the fucking narrative. Oh, we're gonna be controversial by making the Suicide Squad the fucking opposite of what they're supposed to be. They didn't fucking achieve. We're gonna kill Batman off. We're gonna kill Superman off. It was a whole Brainiac fucking thing, so it was. And then they tried to backtrack. So the same with Star Wars. Let's use a woman instead of Han Solo. I don't know enough about Star Wars. I was far more of a Star Trek fan, like, definitely. Star Trek Voyager, Star Trek The Board, Star Trek, like, um, everything else. I was never... Why the fuck did he do that? Need energy. Stamina. Ah. Nice shot. These birds are so fucking awkward as fuck. So awkward. Yeah, you gotta push an ideology. Use the tools that you have. Don't try to go in the opposite direction. Oh, was that heroic or something? Didn't know that. Like, you have the whole Suicide Squad there, and the film was good. Film with Suicide Squad was good. Don't know who made it. Was it Sony or something? Or was it Disney or what? It was good fun. It was good. It wasn't... It was a good laugh. There was... They pointed out a few wee things, like your polka dot guy and all, had that dimensional disease and all. And then that's what it was all more or less all about and all. And then they had what do you call your man? Your man John Cena. And your woman, it was Harley Quinn, which everybody loves. You know, they put the stuff in it that was there, and they still got the message across. But when it comes to games, they can't do that. They can't get the message across. They have to have you, like, turning Mr. Freeze into Mrs. Freeze and still having Nora Fries in the fucking cryo containment. Like, what was the purpose of that? She's a lesbian, like Dr. Freeze. Are they trying to say? They're trying to say Mr. Freeze is a lesbian. Is it? What the fuck were they trying to push there? Like, I showed that to my girl. Well, say girl, the mother of my children or whatever, like the partner, and she knows nothing about games. She doesn't know the stories and stuff and all Marvel and DC and all. She just, like anybody, like they just enjoy the wee films or whatever and all. So she likes all. She would like the Princess Diaries and stuff and all, right? The usual. And she watched it. I showed her the Suicide Squad thing, and she said she liked the new Mr. Freeze. Well, Mrs. Freeze. In that there we cutscene that they have with the Suicide Squad showing up and Nora Fries in the cryo containment. But they make I keep getting fucked. I can't see between Mrs. and Mr. It's a whole fucking, like, they're doing that on purpose. You have to see where the lines are, and Mrs. Freeze was standing outside the cryo containment while Nora Fries was still in the containment, rather than making Nora Fries, yeah, and putting her in the game to push the ideology you want. They would rather turn Mr. Freeze into Mrs. Freeze. You get me? When you could have just used Nora Fries. Now there was a comment underneath it. She thought, well, again, the partner thought that the Mrs. Freeze was better than the original one in the original Arkham, Mr. Freeze. She was more interested in that, and I was like, but that's not the way Mr. Freeze works. He's like Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man and all Marvel and stuff. But anyway, besides the point, there was a comment underneath that somebody wrote about Mr. Freeze or Mrs. Freeze, about the two of them. So when you're a villain, sometimes you can live long enough to become from Mr. Freeze to become a Mrs. And that was a perfect example of what they were trying to push there. You pushed the complete wrong direction. If you're going to push an ideology of gentrification, push it with the gender that you have, not the gender that you want. You fucking idiots. So instead of changing Mr. Freeze into Mrs. Freeze and trying to make it like, oh, they're dangerous and silent type and powerful and all this shit, just use the ones you've got. There's loads of villains that are female. Like, Catwoman might not be your cup of tea. Harley Quinn is. But why turn her into a fucking ugly, fat mess when you're trying to push an ideology of a character that is acrobatic, crazy, and downright diabolical at times, like the Joker, but the female version? Because they know nothing about, that's what I put a comment up saying, they know nothing about the storylines of these characters. In fact, they employ people that know nothing about anything, about any of the storylines or the comic books on purpose. to completely destroy them. And for, let's say it's for a new generation, let's say it's for like the kids nowadays, so we know nothing about Dr. Freeze or Mr. Freeze, so they turn him into Mrs. Freeze. And I'm like, as an older one with the comics, and I was like, would you not have enjoyed? Would you? That's why I showed her the Mrs. Freeze, and it showed the Mr. Freeze as well. They're in the Arkham's scene where they took Nora Fries on him to get him to do what they wanted. So she says she liked the newer one because she knows nothing about what Mr. Freeze is about. So it's like you're losing a fan base. You're losing the message. You're just basically losing everything about the whole purpose of putting the work in the first place. It's just fucking stupid. Run around, ruining the whole message, ruining the whole genre of the game, ruining the whole like everything that you're working that you worked for in the first place. While all these other games that are coming out, like again, like the one that was there, what do you call it? Wukong is making progress, and you're not. Concord tried to do it too. First-person shooter. They've been spending 3 to 5 years working on it, or whatever it is, just to get a paycheck, like they did with Suicide Squad, and now it's dead. The game is absolutely dead to the world. Concord's dead on arrival. They're not saying that games it can't happen to games, but it's the way you're putting the message across. It's like that comedian. What was it? Who was it? Was it Lee Evans or something? It's not about what the joke is, it's the way you say them. It's the way he says it. So that's what gets the message across. It's fucking purposeless. You put all that work into making a script, making a storyline for a new audience and all this here, the younger generation, and all you've done is fucking alienate them, ruin it for yourself, make no money out of it, and lose your job over it. Absolutely genius. If you want to fast track yourself into fucking oblivion, go right ahead, because there's plenty of people that are fucking doing it. There's plenty of people that applaud you for doing it. They go, "That's you did a magical job there by fucking ruining it for yourself." And that's what they're doing with Star Wars Outlaws. Let's rip all our staff below skeleton staff. Let's alienate our customer base of gamers. Let's lie to them, con them, and even pay them to go for the people that have no interest in the game. They're just doing it to gain brownie points with the company. And then they'll completely forget about what game that was altogether. Once they get their Disneyland trip or their fucking paycheck in the door, completely forget about you. As if you never existed. Absolutely fucking magical. It's just so that Star Wars Outlaws, as I said, it's a woman instead of Han Solo or I don't know Luke Skywalker or a male. What do you call it? A male main character, is it? And why couldn't you just stick to? This will sound stupid. Why couldn't you just stick? Why couldn't they just stick to Princess Leia? They could have given her a part. Now, it's not going to be, oh, Luke Skywalker, iconic, but it's still enough to say, you know. Oh shit! I'm not going to be able to get him up on me. I hate these gnashers. They're annoying as fuck as well, like the birds. They don't let you near if somebody goes down like that. Can't try to take a breath. No respite for you. Yeah, I knew you were going to get me eventually. Sniffle snack. It's like a Hufflepuffless. Yeah, Princess Leia is another female character. Now, as I say, it's not. If you're a decent story writer in some way, without having to use the AI and shit and all, use a bit of creativity, you could probably figure out a way to put her in and make something of her own side story, that she becomes a rebel or something. And isn't it the rebels that they work for? And like one of those stories that you never hear of is like those people that Superman saves, and then Superman just gets on with the rest of his life. He's just an ordinary guy, and then all of a sudden becomes Killer Croc or something. Is it Killer Croc, or is it, what do you call it? Is it Lizard Man or something? Who's a doctor, and then he tries to figure out a way to regrow his arm and stuff. And Spider-Man. You know, Princess Leia could be a rebel. Instead of using the fucking some generic unknown character that you made up because you wanted to, what do you call it, put yourself into the game because you're writing the story. Is it, what do you call it? They call it something projecting, is it? Putting yourself into the game. And nobody knows who you are, nobody cares. Nobody give a shit in the background of who writes the story. The credits is probably the best that you're getting. But no, you have to inject yourself into the game. And then it ruins it. Oh, I'm a lesbian with purple hair that has never done anything in my life, but now I'm going to achieve greatness by being in Star Wars Outlaws that's gonna absolutely flop on arrival. Absolutely perfect. And then convincing yourself that it's not gonna flop, that it's gonna do so well. It's gonna be the greatest game. Hype everybody up in the office, and the next thing you know, it comes out dead on arrival like fucking Concord. That's that's the complete epitome of stupidity. And as I say, doing the same, well, we all do it. We all do the same thing, going up that fucking mountain, rolling the stone up the mountain, and then it falls back down again. What was the purpose in the first place? But they're doing it in a way. They're doing it in the idiotic way of trying to get the message across. No message gets across. No sales get done. Everyone becomes deflated, and then wonders why it happened, because of the office hype. Oh, Sharon, you says it was gonna fucking work. You says that because you were in the game and you're a big, strong, purple-haired woman with fucking with all these ideologies. You know, it's so great. Everyone's going to enjoy it. No one knows fucking Sharon in the office. Outside the office. You know? They never knew who she was. And they don't care. Or Susie or whatever. You know what I mean? And that's what's going on here. They're just pandering to one person, letting them have their 5 minutes of fame, and then the game doesn't make any fucking sales. Now, don't get me wrong, right? There's always gonna be the idiots that buys it. There's always gonna be the idiots that buys it. But you could have more idiots buying it, and you could be making you wouldn't have to spend so much money on the Game Awards to get noticed, like in that Last of Us. You know, you wouldn't have to actually spend the money. You could just the game would be good and it would get voted in. But no, some companies have to actually pay for it to be #1, which is, again, it's not the same as actually getting voted in. It's not the same. And that's where I'm trying to point out about these different games. They're coming out, and they're not. People, they don't want to grovel or pander to their audience. And let me tell you this. You don't have to. You don't have to. Nobody has to do jack shit. Helldivers proved that. Helldivers 2, I mean, proved that. They turn around and says, we're not pandering to you. We'll make our game. We'll make our money. And look what happened. Everyone enjoyed it. Do you know what's coming out now? Do you know what game's coming out now? After the fact, the Helldivers that came out. Do you know why? Do you know what game it is? Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers was not recognized at the start. But guess why it's coming out now? Because Helldivers came out. And that's what I'm saying about Riddick. So if they make... whoever made Riddick come out with another game and it's a woman instead of a man, then you know that it's all fucking done by diversity, equality, and inclusion, which it's the opposite of what they're actually trying to achieve. There is no diversity. There's no equality, and there's no inclusion. If you don't include the white man, then you're not including anybody. If you only include a particular race of people, and it's not equality, and it's not diverse if it's just women instead of men. So, you know, as I said, I made up a random absolute storm off the head idea for Star Wars. News the woman, Princess Leia. I don't know enough about Star Wars. I'm sure there's other women in Star Wars than her. Anybody else that was more recognizable than her, than that one that they put into it, injected their own personalities or whatever, injecting themselves into the game. Some range on that. What other ones have done that? The games. Well, there's a perfect example again. I watch The Boys. If anybody knows what it is. The TV series. And in the last season, I think it's season 3, right? It took up the 3 seasons for Homelander. He's like Superman, the main character. Well, in the TV series it's different than the comics. To turn around, and he always pandered to the people. He was always afraid of, like, what do you call it? It's not adversity or diversity or whatever. It always pandered to being seen as the good guy on screen, on camera. Okay? All the time. Because it was to do with ratings and all, and being loved by the people and all this here. Okay? So that's what he was always about that. And then it came one day, he thought the opposite. He just decided, you know what? Screw yous. I'm fucking saying what I want. And it didn't make any difference in the audience. There's one thing that's missing from that DEI, and it's adversity. They don't like adversity. They don't like being challenged. If they added in the fact that they would a bit of adversity and says, you know what, fuck yous, and don't let the DEI ones be pandered to, they wouldn't have any power or control over the standards or whatever's happening. Tell them, screw you. Stop giving in to their demands and let the dice fall wherever it falls. And in the film, or in the TV series in the Homelander, the people loved him even more. They loved him even more for saying no. You know? They appreciated him more. They were glad that he, as a thing. Now you're always in reality going to have opposition. It's that you can't stop it. Opposition is always going to be there. There's always going to be one, like myself, that's what I'm like. It's like I have to think of a different way. There's something that's always missing. It's like two sides to the same coin. That's why you have a right wing and a left wing. When they're both from the same arse cheek, or from the same arse, it doesn't make any difference. I always do that every time and I see it charging up. I've done that 3 or 4 times now. And they're part of the same arse cheek. If the world was all singing Kumbaya and all that, I've always thought about that everyone in this magical realm, that, oh yes, it'd be great, we'd all sing Kumbaya, hang around the trees and all, and everything would be perfect, and we'd all have a perfect world. I would be the one to go, well, does it have to be like this? You know, is there another way? Does it have to be like this? Can we live on the moon? Can we be some... I'm always that one person that questions it. And then it gains traction. People start thinking and going, well, what if there is a different way? And that's what's happening right now in the world. We're gaining traction. Across the world. We're all trying to find that one... Is this where this meant to be? That is 30 seconds. We're all trying to find that one place in the world of where we sit. What are we? Why are we here? I feel like I have the answer. Do you know what the answer is? We don't have a purpose in this world. Where there is no meaning to it. We have to find our own meaning and purpose personally, as groups, as countries, or whatever it may be. And it's not meant to be fair. It'd be nice if it was fair. It'd be nice. It'd be great with all these ideologies and the cultures and stuff and all. We have plenty to learn from each other. But harming others or harming yourself is not the right way to do it. And that's how these things and ideologies get away with all this stuff. They want to influence you, but they don't want to take the blame for influencing you and you causing yourself harm. Because they don't want to cause it. As if to say it was their fault. And that's what this is all about. What's that? You need to be careful with the words. It's the very words themselves that are used against you. Yeah, like diversity, inclusion, or equality and inclusion. That's not what they're about. That's the words they use, but it's not what they're about. And changing yourself as a child that doesn't know any different at 12 to use hormone treatment is not, and saying it's not harming them is a complete lie. When they have to use that and pushing it, affirming that to a child that doesn't know any different is completely wrong. It's outright an act of pure evil. But they can't turn around and say that they made them do it. That's the thing. They can't say we made them do it. They always go, you chose it. And this is where you look at experience. Experience comes into it when you've got the ones who are the detransitioned. That's experience. So the ones that transitioned over before in the past, and then detransitioned or tried to detransition back over as a human being, and that's experience. That's the difference between an affirmation, confirming something, and pushing an ideology on somebody. Which, for this case, it's children. And that's what this is about. And it's not working in the games. It's not working. Injecting yourself into a game and thinking it's gonna... That's not how comic books work. That's not how cartoons work. That's not why they got... They were... That's not why they were enjoyed in the first place. By the children. By them pandering to a certain group. Not how it works. It's not the psychology of it. It's not the correct way of going about propagating anything. And overall, whether you do it one way or the other, neither of them will achieve your goal. You do it the right way, you do it the wrong way, neither of them will achieve the goal on human psychology. Because there's a thing called the shadow self. And you'll never be able to, if it exists, about Carl Jung, you'll never be able to integrate that. You'll never be able to make that work. So even if you do achieve your goals of pushing an ideology and all that, of getting some of the people across, you can fool some of the people most of the time. You can't fool all the people all the time. And that's what the shadow self is. You can never achieve an ideology totalitarily. Because every decision that the person makes, there's their opposite subconscious or other decisions in whatever way it was made or in this realm is not made in the is the opposite is made in another realm. It's called regret. It's called what ifs. What if I hadn't made that decision? What if I hadn't went to college or whatever, or school? What if I hadn't went to that job or done that interview? You know, that's what it's... What if I didn't get... what if I didn't transition over? That's the shadow self. It's all the thoughts that you wonder if you didn't make them, would it have achieved any of a better life for yourself? And these companies and stuff and all, or people that are working in these companies, want to achieve um, you making these decisions yourself, and then you blaming yourself for it, and they can walk away with the money and take no responsibility for it. They have their own shadow selves as well. Companies have their own shadow self, which I find hilarious. All the things that they don't want to be. That's why I was saying about Homelander and the boys. His shadow self was catching up with him. He'd had enough. You know, he said, enough's enough. I'm not doing this anymore. Because he was always trying to be the good guy, the one who looked the part, loved and adored by all. And that's what these companies do. We're going to be loved and adored and get the hype up in the office and all, and then the disappointment sets in. When it launches. Because they didn't listen to the opposing view. They're just haters. They just don't care about us. They don't understand. So when it comes to male and female, if you're really gonna talk about these women running these companies and injecting themselves into the games and all this, think of this. The man is the anima, and the woman is the animatrix, I think it's the pronunciation. Basically the mirror of what the man is. And when you hold the mirror to the woman doesn't want to admit to her flaws because she can't. It's like holding two mirrors up. They can't look at each other. That's why it's mirror mirror on the wall for a woman. Who's the fairest of them all? And they only want to hear one thing. They want to hear themselves. That's what mirror mirror on the wall is. Because the woman is the mirror of the man. The mirror image of the man. So when it comes to action or logic or creation, she's creating it out of her own imagination, the same as the man, but mirroring what she thinks that men are or want. That makes sense. To achieve her own goals that she wants to hear. Then the opposing force, which is the unspoken, which is the actions of the man, which is speaking with your actions than your words. And that's what the woman watches but doesn't learn. That's what the anima and the animatrix is. It sounds sad when you put it like that, But that's the way we've been designed. The woman's shadow is the man. The man's shadow or is the unspoken, the unconscious. And the woman's you can't, as I said, you can't put a mirror in front of a mirror because it's not going to change anything. She can't actually look at herself. That's why women are obsessed with beauty. Men are obsessed with power or courage, the hero. And that's why it's not working for them in the games, because there's no courage anymore. They're turning them into trying to feminize them and mirror what men's actions are, and it's not achieving their goals. That's why they made the women ugly and all, like Harley Quinn. That's just kicked me out of my own party. That kicked me out of there. That's why they made Harley Quinn ugly. Because they're trying to destroy the beauty of the mirror, or what the let's say the mirror, what the women are meant to represent. And when they destroy that image, they destroy the purpose of what men look for to become a hero. Does that make sense? So we need the woman to encourage us. And women need the man to carry out say the work, is it, or the say the work, the work. I don't want to call it the work. It's the great work. It'd be more the point. The great work. The goal of compassion. The goal of like saving the world. Saving everybody. That's the hero, the man that everybody looks up to. That's the work. Oh, I defeated 10 behemoths today. You know, that's the work. Obviously, that's not what women are up into. Oh, well, maybe there is some gamer women out there, but it seems like they're a rare breed to me anyway. That's an old joke, sure. They don't take it as the same as men do to to save the woman, the damsel in distress and all that. It's an age-old story. And I don't know if it's Gnostic, agnostic or whatever, but if anything, the man and the woman, I think, came from captivity. We as a species came from captivity. It's like the monkeys are now, and that's why the story of Planet of the Apes is so interesting, because the monkeys are the ones that were the captured ones, and then they became the dominant species. While that's our story, which was we were put in cages or created as a species, and now we're the dominant ones on the land. That's what. I'm not doing that again. You know, that's what's happened. But I don't know where this hero. It was alchemy, maybe? The hero, the scholar, the wizard, or the mage, or whatever. I don't know if that's where it came from. And every person has their path in the Kabbalah, is it? They're more or less the same thing. Through the tree of life and all. Again, I'm not. I when it comes to that stuff, I think that's redonkulous. It's that bad, and anything could be related to anything else. If we were created by another species, which it seems to be, if you listen to Billy Carson and all, then nothing is set in stone. Nothing is. We're here. We live our life and then we die, and that's it. And if you don't achieve whatever you set yourself out to do, then that's just a shit one for you. You don't set any personal goals. And I'm a perfect example. I'm the type where I can sit here and talk for days and get nowhere, achieve nothing, and wonder why. And reading about all this stuff and talking about all these things, history and all, or whatever it is. Plato, Marcus Aurelius, gaming, business, other people's experiences on YouTube, other people's experiences in real life. What time is it? We're at 11:15 here. There is no path or purpose, no reason for any of this. We exist, then we die. And it's the whole Shakespearean thing. What is it? Shakespeare says, "I think, therefore I am." And the woman doesn't get this. The woman doesn't understand that because we're here, they have to push that they can achieve anything the same as a man. And they can. They just don't think the same. Instead of working against us, maybe work with us. But that's not pushed in our society. That's not. They have this here ideology that they're suppressed. In some countries they are, but here in the UK they're not. In France, they're not. Across most of Europe, they're not opposed. In fact. The fact that they can speak up and say the things that they want to say, and they can walk around with hairy armpits and hairy legs, and if they want to grow a beard, they can, or a mustache or whatever. You know, nobody's turning around and saying you can't do that. It's just in people's own mind that that's what you think you can't do when you can. Again, you think, well, therefore you are. And we have, again, I think as human beings, we are literally going through an existential crisis. We don't know where to go because there isn't anything to hold on to, because there's nothing to believe in. We turn to God, we turn to the gods, we turn to astrology, tarot cards, what do you call the other things? Soothsayers or whatever, gurus, in the hope that they have knowledge or understanding that's beyond our comprehension. And they might have of our own personal understanding, but it's not, there's no one guru out there that's, or philosophy that's going to be more than what's already there. What we would already have experienced or generally know. Like Manly P. Hall said another one, which is a good one. I liked, your age directly relates to your ranking in Freemasonry. And I was like, that's interesting. So if you're past 33 in your age, that's your level of understanding. Now I'm not saying it's gonna be, you're gonna be all knowing and all fucking, but for a woman at 33, that's when a crisis kicks in, where they hit the wall. For a man at 33, they're coming into their peak time. They should be. Not saying they are, but not like myself. I didn't. In understanding, I suppose, spiritual understanding, knowledge, or whatever you want to call it, I would say that I would know a wee bit from spending time looking at these things. But it doesn't mean that I know it. I know anything, as it said, again, God laughs at man's plans. You know? So that's how I see it. So Manly P. Hall said it perfectly, where it's like, if you were in the Freemasons, your age directly corresponds to your experience, to your ranking. But yet at the same time, you've got God laughing at man's plans of whatever he thinks he knows. There's no way you could know all the intricacies of how a flea works. You could study it for years. You could study insectology, isn't it? The study of insects. And ology just means the study of something in Latin. That's what ology means. So insectology means the study of insects. Or psychology means the study of the psyche. Or Scientology means the study of science. Seance. It just means the study of something. And you could study it your whole life. And still not know how the flea came into existence. You know, and I mean in a way where it's like, oh yes, we could say evolution and all this other stuff and all. But to me, they're all our own theories as human beings. As a human being, it's a theory. They try to say we have all these theses. That's when I was talking to a person who went through university. He says that a thesis is the study of something. It's a proposal that's, what do you call it, put forward by somebody to be scrutinized by other scientists or other professors or whatever. But the funny thing about that to me is you can't really let me pick something like, say you studied grass your whole life. I mean natural grass itself, like green grass. And you studied the blade for years and whatever else. I'm sure somebody's done it. But let's say somebody didn't. Let's say somebody didn't study the grass. And you're the only one that's ever done it. How could you have a thesis proposed? Because nobody else knows what you're talking about. And that's the same as the theory of relativity, the theory of the Big Bang. That's what it's called. It's called the Big Bang Theory. And I find that even hilarious because scientists actually believe it happened. Even though it says it's called the Big Bang Theory. It's a theory, not it actually happened. First there was nothing and then all of a sudden a slow glowing dream. It just became reality as we know it. And then that's what makes it worse. Because they actually believe it. And now they're trying to achieve it. To make it become the Big Bang as an actual reality, like it actually happened. That's what CERN's about. The Hadron Collider. To study the Big Bang Theory. That they made up. What's the other theory? Evolution. Yeah, evolution's after that. So I was told that a long time ago I asked about the evolution theory, right? And think about this for a minute. So every single thing has another thing that comes from another thing and creates it. Yeah? That's a theory. That's not another, the evolution theory, Darwinism. Again, he didn't even believe it himself. Darwin didn't even believe it himself. He just came up with it. Because it's basically unprovable. The theory of evolution is unprovable because you can't gather every single species across the planet. Like, there's ones in the deep ocean that's so far down, giant squids or whatever's down there, or that we could never find out if they even exist. Microbes from deep down under there. What other things is there? Just things that we've never heard of or seen or whatever in our lifetimes as human beings. Things in the forests, again, that we could never really 100% say exist. Okay, so there's one thing sort of that I could never understand when it comes to studying evolution. That one thing comes from another thing or whatever. We're supposed to be evolving now, but yet we're supposed to have been here for millions of years, or billions of years, whatever it is. Are we the complete product of evolution? And even furthermore than that, if we're the complete product, or if we're not the complete product for that matter in evolution, there's one left over. And it's called symbiosis. Symbiosis doesn't work the same as evolution. Symbiosis relies on the host, but it is its own organism. So how could evolution be a thing when symbiosis and there's all sorts of parasites and stuff and all that are very nasty that we have found. And there's ones even conspiracists talk about. It's called the worm, which is a very dangerous one. That they say all these royalty ones and all have or use. And it's even mentioned in the Bible and stuff. So, and it lives in people. That's only one. Compared to the hundreds of millions of billions of whatever it may exist. And there's different variations of it, sure, of worms. Helmet. So there you have it again. I've said it many times before. I've said it before about evolution and stuff and all. That all came off Star Wars and what women think and all this crap. We all think the same, but we think different. We can all think the same, but we think different. Because we have different experiences and a different way of living, which are all supposed to be connected through the fabric of reality, if you want to say. And we have to keep this illusion alive else we don't exist. Because as they say, seeing is believing. And that's what this illusion is. Everything's happening at once, but nothing's happening at the same time. I think that's most for the rant for the day of all the psychology of people. The most interesting one of the lot is the study of human beings. Like why do we do the things we do? What is the purpose of why we do them here? I reckon if you had a whole like logbook of all the things that has been done in the world, of all the as many people as you can possibly get, they would all collaborate into one. How does that make sense? One experience, like it's more or less the same. Does that make sense? Like whether you worked in a factory or whether you were a millionaire. Rich, poor, or otherwise in between. Throughout time. I don't know how to like. I think I need to leave here anyway. Enough here. Throughout time. Sit and play games, sit and don't play games. Sit and drink your life away. Don't drink your life away. Exercise too much. Don't exercise too much. You know, they're all out there now to be seen on a screen. It can be seen on a screen, literally. So I could just flick over here to somebody else that's doing something else that's completely different to what I'm doing. These ones are trying to, again, LGBT or whatever, we're trying to get the message across. They've made their message pretty clear. And people have got the message. It's just they think that they haven't got the message across. Which is sad. Because they have that. They have that option to push that, and they don't see it. They think that they don't have it as a group. Oh, you're opposing us, you're against us, you don't like. That's just your view.
Hey, killer. I mean,
Yeah, and there's a perfect one there too.
get out there now. Go kill something freaky.
Different wee wordings and all, wee innuendos. It's everywhere. Damn it.
Well, look who it is.
Well, at least Granny's alright. They don't change her, don't they? Ageism and all that.
Goodbye.
We just have to accept that this is what is in our reality. That's what it is, whether we like it or not.
Many new items of interest. If I am here.
What do you want?
I believe you are up to this.
We needed to get here. Stop Killing Games by Pirate Software, eh? He's actually got onto it. Right. So I'll put the link up and you can watch it. I'm gonna put myself on mute for a wee minute. Okay? Yeah, I'll watch this. There was a guy, Ross Scott, I linked his channel before. And now it's got to Thor in Pirate Software.
We're seeing a lot of Behemoth activity in the Reaches again. Sounds like a perfect job for Zephyr Strike. They're more than ready. Say what you will about Lady Luck, and I've said plenty. Without her Corsairs, the Ostian Navy would have lost even more lives in the Skyquake. The skies out there are evolving. slayers have to evolve right along with them. We can't be too beholden to the ways of the past if we're going to rebuild and thrive. One day, I am going to get Lady Luck to tell me how exactly her Island of Trials works. Behemoths don't just come from nothing. There's more to that isle than meets the eye.
What's up, Slayer?
Right. Let me check my audio. Make sure the audio's alright. Is it crap? I've been sitting on that screen for a bit now because I was looking over part damage. What I was reading over a comment that I put up on YouTube about that video that Thor put up. That he's not for stop killing games. He has a good few points, which are valid, more than valid. If you watch the video, he says in the comment below, in his comment box or description, it says, "Here's an easy breakdown of how I feel about this initiative." So he's saying about the initiative, "I cannot and will not support a vague and potentially dangerous start to this conversation. Call out the specific business practices that need to be resolved, not just games in general." So, Ross was trying to point out about the crew, and Thor did say about the crew. That he says that there was other games produced of the crew that are not successful. Ross, when I watched his videos, he was trying to point out that what Thor said as well. The wording's very vague because the gaming industry has created it that way. They have made it in a way that it's so obscure that when you buy a game, this is how obscure it is, as I'm trying to say. You can buy Anthem, right? And not be able to actually play it. But you still own the game. I've said this many a time. That's why it's so vague. That's what I'm trying to point out here. And Thor knows this. He's more than aware of this. He pointed out a few other games. But he's talking about games that are specifically online. And he's trying to focus on that there as a catalyst or something to build on. I'm trying to say that that the recent games that have been online since the Xbox One has been created. So I'll go back to the Anthem concept that you can buy a game at $70 or £70 or whatever it is, or 70, whatever your price is in your country, and not actually be able to play the game. That's the problem. That middle part where you have to buy a subscription service off the back of actually buying the game. That's what Ross is trying to point out here. That they know full well that once you go on to play the game, so you buy Anthem, £70 or whatever, or $70, you download the game, you go to the initial menu screen once you load it up, and you can't actually go in to play the game because you don't have the Xbox Live service. And that's why it's obscure. That's why it's vague, Thor. That's why you know what you're talking about. And it would be much better that you could help with that business practice that's not working for people. I think Suicide Squad did the same thing. And we needed to find that middle ground more in the business practice. That's what I'm trying to point out to Thor here. That you can buy a game, you can put the disc in, or download the game or whatever, and still not be able to play it because you don't have the subscription service. And it doesn't mention anything about that subscription service because they're trying to make it as vague as possible. So you're put in that position that you have to buy the subscription, and it's already too late that you bought the game. That's obscurity. That's misconception, misguidance, false advertising, basically. Complete and utter false advertising, where if you don't, if you're a child and you think that you buy a game and you only have the license for it, that's bad business practice. That's 100% bad business practice by giving a 9-year-old child a game that they think that they can play, like buying a toy, but then taking the toy off the child and saying you can't play with this toy because you don't have you don't have the subscription service for Netflix. You know, but the toy's right there. The toy's there in the adult's hand. But the adult's saying, no, you can't play it until you buy a subscription service for Netflix. That's the same thing. That's obscurity, and then it says in the back of the toy, cannot play with this toy unless you have Netflix service. The 9-year-old doesn't understand that. The 12-year-old might grasp the concept of that. A 15-year-old would at that point probably give up. He's like, I can't play games because I don't have that service. I don't have a subscription service. I can't afford it. So then you lose customers too. That's bad business practice. That you're not conveying the message across properly again. That you don't own the game, you own a license. And when you get the game, you have the license, but when you go to try to play it, you have to have another service, which is interconnected through dirty, evil, deceptive business practices in the background of the paperwork that goes on above you. That's what I'm against. That's what Ross is trying to point out here. If it's dead and they've killed it, dead. Again, playing vague, playing possum, isn't it, or whatever? Playing dead. It's more. When you get when they stop providing the online service for it, Ross is trying to point out that service, once you put the disc in and you only own a license for it, it's been removed. So the toy or the action figure has been took off the child and no longer viable to use because the subscription service that was never supposed to be connected to it has decided, they have decided as a company that they are going bankrupt or liquidating their services. So the toy now that the child had can no longer be used. It can sit in the shelf of the company or the owner, the adult, and that's what's happened here. That's dirty business practices. That's it's so bad. When I see that's the beauty of it. The beauty of it is because it is bad. The beauty of it is because it's bad. It's deceptive like that and vague like that to make it the beauty of what it is. So then you cannot decipher what they're trying to tell you. That's why it's dirty. And that's the beauty of it. So that needs to be, as I point out to Thor, Thor would be the best person that we would probably have as a community to move that forward and divulge and expose that. And go into it and expose it.
For the tonic, one
as the best that he can to make it into a more descriptive understanding of it, and clear cut that middle ground exists. On the back of the case, I don't know if it says any of the cases in the Xbox One or whatever, requires Xbox. It doesn't say requires Xbox Live. It just says, like, it has all the options, 1 player, 2 player, whatever, and then it says Xbox Live connection. So when you put the disc in, it doesn't tell you that you need to buy the Xbox Live service. It says that you need the Xbox Live connection. And that's completely different communication. It's held behind a paywall. It doesn't say on the disc or on the back of the case that Xbox Live is held behind a paywall. It says Xbox Live connection required. Well, yet it's because we have these free online services now. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the free online services that we have. We're not talking about Behemoths. This here, what do you call this? Dauntless. Because I can go straight into this and play this on their server, play this game without any paywalls. I can go to Warframe without any paywalls. I can go to Apex Legends without any paywalls. I can download the game and play the game. It's there. I can wholeheartedly and put my hands up and go, look, they own the license for this game. If this game shuts down, that's on them. Any time I put into it, that was my own cost. But it was a free concept and free game to play. Totally on my own way of my own time. It's when it's Anthem and you buy a game and then it requires you to have a service that it doesn't tell you about to be able to play it, to log in. That's what Stop Killing Games is supposed to be about. And that needs to be defined more by Thor. That's what I'm trying to point out here. So, again, like I said earlier, Star Wars Outlaws is going to be an online game, like Thor was saying. These games, Suicide Squad was an online game. But yes, they are online games if you pay for the paywall to play them on the subscription service. If you do not, you only pay for the license to have the game, but you can't actually play the game. That's the bit that we're trying to say. When the service shuts down, that it leaves it in a playable state. A playable way where it's like, okay, the action toy of the child's toy has no longer requires the Netflix service for the child, so the child can play with the action figure and not get it took off him completely and not be able to do anything with it. Can still see it. So like I said earlier, Star Wars Outlaws is going to come out, but then I thought of another game which was Riddick, and it was made in 2004. I can buy that game, both games, and put them into my console, the Xbox 360, which was said by one of the top executives in Xbox at the time. He says it's better to have an Xbox 360 than an Xbox One or a PlayStation 4 or a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X. That's the problem that we have. It's a console community that's not happy with this service. When it comes to PC and online, when you say online, it doesn't mean to the PC community, it means just you can connect onto the internet. For the the console community, it means, oh, where's the obscurity here? Somebody's playing a trick or deceptive business practice by saying online. It could be, could that be Apex Legends or Warzone, Call of Duty online? I can play it now, or is it online where I have to buy the game for a premium price and then pay for a premium service on the back of that wasn't said to me to be able to get into the game behind a firewall? And then later on down the line, after you completed your yearly service of your investors or whatever it may be for your business practices, that I can't play it anymore. But yet I still have the action toy or the game sitting in my hand with the disc and it does nothing. Or it's downloaded into my library. And if I delete it from my library, I can no longer download it at all. But I paid 70 whatever for that license. That's the part where, again, if you look even further back or further more into it, putting money forward and them not using that money to reinvest, that's people's energy and time that they've give to that company to get a service in return, and they're only getting it for whatever length of time that they've defined, 6 months, 3 months, a year, or whatever it is, that has not been messaged. It's not, that message isn't publicly available. It's only behind closed doors, behind the company systems, the company database, the company's information. That's company information. That's not public information. So let's say Epic decided one day that they were going to put Dauntless behind a paywall and charge £70 or whatever it is, and then I go to play it, but they've already decided on their business plan that they only have a year available to provide that service, and then they shut it down in a year and I know nothing of it. I have no clue that they're shutting this down in a year. They're not going to tell us. That's only with Epic in their company information. Then they announce a month before that they're shutting it down. 30 days they have to announce it in consumer law, I think it is, or whatever. And that's it. It's gone. It's gone forever. It's never coming back. They are shutting down that service. They would shut down Dauntless and it would be no longer available to me. But I put money across. Think in the long term, viability of the service or the game, that I thought that I was getting a lifetime service out of it. So they'll need to start putting a limited lifetime on the games. Oh, we can only provide this service for a year, 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years, as long as their contract works and they have investment to get a return for profits. Line go up. Is that what it's? Is that the way it has to go? This conversation, that's the thing about it as well. Stop killing games. This conversation isn't being had. And Thor says there, that's what we're trying to point out, he doesn't want to be involved in it because of the vague obscurities and deceptive business practices that are being used here. It's always going... I can totally get as well what he's saying. Like, there's always going to be that other person going, as I said earlier, directing the wording to obscurity. So it's always like fractal. It's always but this, but that, but this, but that, directing it like like a court case, and the what do you call them? The prosecutor and the defendant. It's always going to be a back and forth. There's always going to be more evidence till the end of time. There's always going to be more information that has to be obscured and broken down into, as they say, into fractals of light. You're never going to get to the bottom of it. So maybe he is right. But I still stand by. I stand by Ross actually making the effort. At least he's trying to trying to do something. He's trying to achieve a goal about by pointing out, by having an example, which is the crew, and Thor criticizes it from his point of view. Again, you could question Thor on his train of thought, where I would go, if he's saying he's a developer, and is he involved? Does he want to be involved in them deceptive business practices later on down the line? Is that what this is about? That he wants to keep it online so then he can benefit from it? And now, in his defense, I don't think that's what he wants to do. I don't think that's his end goal. He wants to help people get achieve to make their own games. Online is one of those options, but Stop Killing Games and Ross is trying to point out that this is not about it's not about the game itself and being online. It's about when they stop the service and the obscure business practices, and what I'm more my ground of it is that's the beauty of it. The beauty of the service that these companies are provided are deceptive, because they're beautiful because of the deception, because of the vagueness of it. That's how they've done this. That's how they've got to where they are now. That's how they're able to string along consumers, if you want to say young consumers, that they're always going to make it into another fractal of light or thought of whatever way they want it to be. But again, at least Ross is trying. I would rather have Thor on board trying to push and close that gap of making it more clear, like Anthem, about being behind a paywall and getting that message across that these business practices exist in the background of what they're trying to do, rather than it being, oh, it's online, it's free to play. Warzone, Warframe, Dauntless, I don't know what other ones are free to play online. Apex Legends, they're good games, but these companies need the line to keep going up. That's why I put a comment on saying, Thor, it's interesting how you're not for it, but it would be a lot better for you to be on board to help with resolutions and not criticisms. Contact Ross, which I'm sure he could. I would believe so, or whatever. Again, he's got thousands of people, he's got big business and all this, and to me, he's way ahead of the game of all this stuff, and I'm a nobody. Contact Ross and see if you could direct the games industry correctly, and what this means, or could potentially cause more disruption at the present. So if Ross keeps going the direction he's going, because he said himself, Ross turns around and says, look, if you know anything or you can help in some way, it'd be great to have your input. That's what he said. It's just got to this point now where he's had people that's helping. So I says, then what it currently is at present, as well as Ross's community is actually trying to achieve, as well as what Ross's community is actually trying to achieve here. You know, he's trying to achieve, not against online, so everyone's going to have a misinterpretation or their own interpretation of what online means. And Thor's pointed that out. He said that now with his message, saying, well, there's, again, Thor has, on Pirate Software, he has 2.12 million subscribers. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I'm fucking nobody. And that he has 6.3 thousand likes, including myself as one of those. He's had 34,000 at this current time, 34,000 and 56 views on that video. That's tiny on the online world, but it's still big to someone like myself who only has 2 subscribers or no subscribers on YouTube, and a small group of people that follow, if they're that I've went over before on my looked over in my followers group. So I can't say I'm against him. I'm more than glad that people follow and I follow back. That's the way of it. I don't provide anything of service or anything special. I've said this before. Apart from sitting here talking about it and pointing things out. I'm not against what Thor said. I think his views are more than valid. And when it comes to business practices, as I say, business practices like that are behind paywalls or Anthem are fine, as long as you define the message and make it more clear that the child cannot, or the person that's buying the game cannot use this service unless they pay for another service. If you go onto Google now and you try to look up what was it I was going to buy? I was going to buy another game. Outriders. I was trying to look up Outriders. I can buy it. You can play it solo, but you can't play it multiplayer, I think. But it doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me specifically that if I can play it behind the login wall. So the main screen comes up, and it doesn't tell me if I need to have Xbox Live to get past that menu, that front wall. It doesn't tell me that. It says I can play it solo, but do I need to have Xbox Live to get to solo? That's why I won't pay for it. I'm not spending any money on something that's that obscure. The only information that I have in that is from Reddit and Google, as I said. So when you're looking up a game now, it's like you can't define if you can actually play the game. Now, Ross was saying that once that server is shut down, that you can no longer play the game. When it's more than viable as a disc. Did I miss my window for the escalation too? Damn it. Minimum's 15. It would be nice for him to help out and to find those again. Make it more clear to everybody. I would like to think that I've said enough
Like Mom used to say,
to explain that,
as good as the slave man.
what's going on with these games. I would like to be able to play Anthem without having to pay for Xbox Live. Like everybody else. That's why I play Surge. Surge is something similar. And that's why everyone enjoys, what do you call it? First Descendant in the minute. It's exosuits. Or robotic suits, I think it is, as well. Nobody's gonna show up. It's too low. Need to change the suit or the armor a bit. Some point here. So, I think I've said enough. Feels like I've said enough. Thor does a lot of work when it comes to games. Ross is just trying to push for the games industry to better itself in the end of life of a game, end of life of a service or a product. Again, I'm talking about something in the gaming industry that I probably shouldn't say too much enough or too much about. Just stick to the games that I play. Hit this one. Our next encounter consumables are disabled. You gain lifesteal. Gain an idol that periodically deals 350 damage to a nearby enemy. Broken doubles. Knocks ability to see additional. I know what that is. Eidolon. Oh, this guy.
That's one behemoth that won't prey on these islands again. And its energies will only help you in the next battle.
Yep. Using your lantern ability grants 300 health shield to all slayers. Low health. After dodging through a behemoth attack, enter terror form for 10 seconds, granting 40% damage reduction entering any form while. Let's do that one.
Reach the end of the chain, Cap. Looks like this is as bad as it's gonna get.
Uh-huh. Ah, fucking bird.
Keystone Island should be packed with charged aether now that you've taken down the last behemoth. Nice work. Looks like we've got no more behemoths on the scanner beyond this island. This is your final battle. This time.
This is your final battle. This time. Blah 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 blah. See that underwater speak, the way he talks? Or behind the mask or whatever. I reckon a lot of people will probably be talking about Thor saying about that anyway as well. They will be pointing out that he says about what's going on in the gaming industry. Oh crap. Now I have to stop this. Let's see if it comes back on again. Or do I have to stop the whole... I have to stop the whole stream. It's always at this time. Left me in the wrong category too. Is it working? Now, see that login screen there and that matchmaking progress and all? That's what Anthem and all does. Any games that are online. So you can't play the game whatsoever once they shut that all down. There's nothing wrong with being online. Nothing wrong with being online. It's being held behind a paywall, as well as having to pay money towards the game and not actually be able to play it. $30 this time. Hunt past level 128. Still haven't achieved whatever I need to do there. What is it I need to achieve there? Blue. So something to do with escalation. This one? Getting there slowly with all them. I need to kill that 4 more times as well. Where's the one that... How do I find out which one it is for this? That it wants me to do? How do I find that out? What is it wants me to achieve here?
I can spare a moment. Dress for the behemoth you hunt. A moment of your time. See you again soon.
I just complete one, he just gives me another one for a die. Like, another colour. Looks like I'm going to be doing a lot for the Terras. Grants 1% damage for every 10 stamina missing. Part damage. Part damage. That's 10% plus 10% part damage. And where's the other one that does part damage? Is that one? Oh. It's these ones. Part damage. To change the leggings, yeah. To stamina. Part damage, part damage, part damage. Then we change to wind. It's these two. That's radiant. Stamina. I don't have it. I'll get these mods now. Add this in. It's interesting, isn't it? It's part damage, isn't it? Getting these other colours slowly then here. There's the other colour. Oh, not much. A bit better. Do another scale. Escalation. He's up to 7.8 thousand people now on that video of Thor's. 43,494 people seen it. It's nearly 50,000 people viewed it. Yeah, Pirate Software's streaming at the minute. On Twitch. I don't know if he's on YouTube as well.
You earned your pay on that one, Skipper. One more behemoth down.
I forgot. 15 successful attacks enter shock form. When not close to Behemoth, causing the ball of molten rock. Until a Behemoth is defeated, gain 30% critical chance. I'll try this one. Ah! There we go.
Behemoth to deal with, but I doubt it'll be your last.
What's this? Skin held on. After Behemoths interrupted, gate and 25 attack speed. I'm not close to it, I'll do that one. Ah, the fucking cat. Ah, you're dead. Look at that. Straight into the portal. Yeah. Hate them cats. The birds. Basically every behemoth. They're all nightmare. There's that critical strike again.
Looks like we've got no more behemoths on the scanner beyond this island. This is your final battle. This time.
Shadow Touch Koshi and the Nasher. One over here. One over here. Come on, kitty, kitty, kitty. One over here. One over here. No. No. I knew you would come over here, like. Oh. How are you supposed to get away from that?
charge, Dathan, and get out. You've reached the end of the chain, Cap. Looks like this is as bad as it's gonna get.
What? That's the second time I've done an escalation and the second time it's kicked me. Is going to bring the stream back on. Because there's nothing I can do to relaunch it. I have to stop the stream because it doesn't like it when you close the application like that. No. Didn't close it now. It closed it itself. It shut down. It disconnected me. Right. So when I go to home screen on the Xbox, it reloads the display because it sees the application open. So if I press I, will it does it show you? Yeah. Yeah. Gonna have to stop at some point here. Anyway. I'm not allowed to do escalations while streaming, is that what it's telling me? It must want me to use this, what do you call that helmet? Side of stone for these. Must be something to do with the side of stone. Or is it that one? I could do that one. Scorched Stone Hellion. Or wait a minute, is that the one that normally spawns, or is that the one that is a heroic one? I don't know. There's a heroic one. That's it. The grinds. What level am I? 11. Anything in there? Moonreaver. Bellamere. I'm gonna have to do hunting grounds because it won't let me friggin' do escalations. Every time I do an escalation, it disconnects me. It shuts the application down. What are you gonna do here? Bellamere maybe? Shavant. And Nezaga. Maybe him. There's one there. It's hard. Frostwolf. Pengar and Savant. Let me just double check them with the gear.
Always sunny in Ramsgate, huh?
There's Frostwolf. Increases all shields received by 8%. What's the one that the armor says if you have more shields you get more? I had the armor on. Pengar was the other one, wasn't it? There's one Sven's. Got quite a bit of his stuff. Wasn't him. It's Pengar. Where's the other one? Got him. Stagger. Got his armor. Where's Frostwolf? His armor. I'm missing. There's the armor. Increases shields again. And that's not it. The critical damage, yeah. So Frostwolf we're doing. I would think, but we'll see. There's the leggings. You can generate 2 of the following. So shadowy mane. Try it with a skier. And hunting ground. called, was it here? Was this one? And then just hope that there's other people here. If not, we've just gotta have a wing at it. Let's go back to YouTube and see what else kind of is on there. Spawn movie?
Epic deals this summer at Curry's.
A reboot of
Right. Take it there's nobody else here, no. Let's go over and check us out. Wee shite. One of these would get me. That's going to be interesting when I get over here. So who was it? Sven? Pengar? That's Sven. Pengar, it's Crossbow. Pengar I'm supposed to be here for. Oh crap, no patrol keys, eh? No, I'm not putting a birdie. Don't like the birdies.
Hearts boom.
What's for the defenses in this one? It's 3 for each, is it?
Only a Frost Warden could have done better. 2 victories yet to come.
Guess I'm gonna have to fight this fucking thing. Fucking look at that for damage. That's on half damage. Cheating bastard. Just fucking lands wherever he wants and fucking hits you. He kept firing him until he got me down. That's what that was. He knows he's going down here. Yep. Yeah, so there you go. See, it was determined to get 2 knockdowns, 2 kills before it went down. Fuck off. Talk about a perfect swing. Why is it not letting me use the crate? Let me use it here? No. Oh, because you're in the combat area. New wannies always get me. Oh, it doesn't let me have any more than 6 logs at a time. I built that one. Where's the other one then? Here?
A Sky Slayer worthy of the name. Keep your heart aflame, Sky Slayer. Every time it jumps at me, I can't get a friggin' hit in. It runs at me and he charges at me. See, like that? Always finds a perfect angle where I can't hit it.
every time that run at me, I was like, boom, hit me, just every time it charged, and I was like, why the fuck can I not hit X to stop it? Why is it not let me? It's not letting me do it. Got 4. This one. Oh, it's... I'll go and get some more trees. Logs. Because I'm just going to restart it again. Piss off. Ah, you wee shite bags! That's been every time they've come up. They've caught me. Take out up our sweet shite. And he jumps. Hold. One more log.
Well done for a Sky Slayer. You have work to do. The fuck? Where'd he go? Ah! They run at me. That's it. Do it again. Does every single time. Run at me again. It's sick getting the babies involved. Don't run at me again. No. Jump away. Yeah, that was famous. Fuck's sake. It only takes longer because it keeps running away. Fucking hell. Doesn't let me build that one. Oh, I did build that one. Oh, I did build that one, you were. Other ones, is there? Don't build that one, they're built. So one's up here. There's one's over there. They build this one. It's one. Oh, we only need to do one.
Perhaps not all skies. That is all for now.
Oh, is that all for now, is it? No. No. Not light it. Where'd the one that was here go? The break did they remove it? These wee fucking pig things come out. Not this time, these shits. Ah, you fucking still got me. Where's the other one? What the fuck? Just fired me into a gap, and then he wouldn't pull his glider out? That's where I'm getting that from. Legacy Kane. Rajiel. Used his glider, sure. Or his wings. They glide all the time. Does that big own Legacy Kane? Don't know if it does. Fox. We're doing this again. Haha. What? Fuck's sake, I can't fucking do my chains. because of a stamina or something? Is that why I can't use it, or what? Or is it because it's been used? No?
You honor the Velmark throne. You have work to do.
Do you? Right, very good. Right, that's me for that. I think that's enough. Oh. Didn't realize how long it actually takes to level up items. See how much I have in my Slayer thing. I think I'll leave it there. Had enough of a rant today. Read everything. Check out the links. I appreciate all the followers so far. And I do have the wee things that comes up on the chat there if it means anything to anybody. It keeps kicking me from my own chat, my own party. People can hear me in my in-game while they're on my chat. Check this armor here.
Good to see ya.
It's Frostwolf 9. You don't have armor, do you not? Let me see. This one. It's 3 nails. Increases all shields received by 8%. See, this is what I'm saying about maybe I could combine that with what's the other one that has more shields and does damage, or is it an armor? Whatever my other set is, it's an armor, I think. Is it that one? No. That one. So I can't really use it. But is the gloves? Let me see the gloves. Where is it? Frostwolf. 125 shield, gain 1% bonus critical strike, yeah. So I could use the gloves, depending on what gloves I'm using. Or that'll probably be better because it gives me shields for extra damage than actually have it doing damage. And there's the boost. Don't have the headpiece parts. The shadowy mane. But what I've got on's okay for what it is. It works. Don't have anything else to stick in there. I'll get them in a minute. This is for part damage, part damage, part damage, and damage. More damage. This one here, 8% attack speed, gloves every 30 seconds. So I could put them shield ones on, or I can use the frostwolf ones, can't I? What's these ones do? Lantern effectiveness. These ones do increase the duration of Aether Rush. And that's shields. Critical strike, critical strike. It's two different armor types, but it has the same bonus critical strike, bonus critical strike. Well, the shields are there. Another one was 20% damage for Behemoth Enraged, wasn't it? %8 extra damage, bonus critical strike, plus 8% critical strike. Is that gonna be stacked? Does that stack for 16? Critical strike? Plus speed when that's enraged. No, it's only when you get damaged in the other one. When you take damage, you get an extra percent, 20% extra damage. I don't think I'm going to be using these gloves anyway, so... They were the best ones. That's stagger, that's stamina. That's part damage. That's extra bonus damage. Ether. And... I can't remember what that one was. Oh, the lantern. Is it weapon meter I had on that? What's the other ones? Is that weapon meter? No lantern. No flat amount of part damage. Dealing repeated damage to the same part grants a stacking buff. Right, I'll leave it for the meantime. Good luck, boys and girls. I'll get this, I suppose.
Oh, so good to see you, sweetie. I stand by all of my precautions, of course. In case you run into trouble, sweetie. Sit, dear. Don't go. I'll be seeing you, sweetie.
It's... I still need to level stuff and all. Get things. Level these axes up, or these, you call them axes, chain blades. So I've got a few things to do. Well, level them up. Made me hit the X or the A. I'll load back in and then I'll come back out. There. See you later.